didn't bring my folder, because usually it's all up here.
Yeah,
All the days I didn't bring it.
that's okay. I got you one in front of you. Cause I added a few little sheets in the back.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good. Okay, we got four.
Good enough.
All right, we're gonna call this meeting to order. Can I have roll call, please?
Counselor Joyner,
Here.
Counselor Harris,
Here.
Mayor Parton,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Here.
and Counselor Holloway.
Here.
All right, we have a quorum.
All right. Is there a motion to go into closed session?
So move.
Second.
Would you like to read the whole?
You want me to do that?
Well, I was gonna do it, but you
it's your
just seem so excited to go ahead and make the motion.
Move to go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711 to discuss and consider personal matters, including board and commissions appointments, the assignment and performance of specific appointee and employees of city council, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby A4 for the protection of privacy, individuals' personal matters not related to public business.
All right.
Roll
Motion's
call.
been made by Councilor Holloway and seconded by Vice Mayor Gore. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
yes.
Council Pelham is here.
Oh, okay.
She said yes.
All right.
You got the,
Counselor
good.
Pelham,
Can we have a
Yeah.
motion, let's see,
I move to allow Counselor Pelham to participate remotely.
Second.
A second. Oh,
okay?
She can
seeing-
second it.
Okay, Counselor Pelham, can you state for the record, why you're participating virtually and where you're conducting the meeting from?
What did I say? In the meeting remotely at my home, due to medical issues.
Okay. Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore, and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right. Motion passed 5-0.
Something like a hotline, the warm line is there to help you need. To talk about anything about get everything from mental health issues to people want to vent about the day, to relationship issues. Definitely know firsthand that one small phone call could be a big step towards feeling relief.
Yes, sir.
All right, we will be coming out of closed session and then going right back in at the end of our open session meeting. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So move.
All right, I'll second it. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 4-0.
All right, certification please.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters, 1, lawfully exempted for open meeting requirements, and 2, identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting.
Roll call.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, motion passed 4-0.
All right, is there a motion to appoint Carol Carr to the Keep Hopewell Beautiful Committee?
So move.
All right, I'll second it. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
We're voting on Carol Carr's nomination to Keep Hopewell.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Holloway.
Yes.
All right, motion passed 5-0.
Okay, moving on, work session 1, Ms. Smith.
Does council have a preference as to which ordinance you want to hear
Yeah, we're
first?
starting with the nuisance property.
Okay. So this proposed ordinance was drafted in response to city council concerns over blighted properties in the city of Hopewell that have been attractions for repeated police calls, criminal activities, and places of ill repute. There was a concern for the safety and welfare of neighbors as well as their quiet enjoyment for Hopewell citizens. The proposed ordinance begins with definitions of, hopefully you all have a copy, begins with definitions of criminal blight, controlled substances, corrective actions, and what are the qualifying incidents. Those qualifying incidences, which the city attorney's office would then kind of look at as to whether or not these calls have been made and the number of calls, involve the regular presence of persons under the influence of controlled substances, the regular use of property for possessing, manufacturing, and/or distributing controlled substances, the regular use of the property for engagement in commercial sex acts, repeated acts of malicious discharge of a firearm within any vehicle on the property or within any building or dwelling on the property in violation of Virginia Code Section 18.2-279 or substantially similar local ordinance. The proposed ordinance before you genuflects and echoes Virginia Code Section 15.2-907, which grants to local governments the authority to require any owners of real property to undertake corrective actions or allow the localities to take the corrective actions to bring the property into compliance.
Whatever.
So as you can see before you on the PowerPoint, there's certain steps that the locality has to kind of go over. The first one being that the locality will execute an affidavit with notice sent to the owner that the criminal blight exists on the property in the manner described. The locality has used due diligence without effect to abate the criminal blight, and that the criminal blight constitutes a threat to the public's health, safety, and welfare. After the affidavit is sent to the owner then has 30 days to take corrective action. This is called the first notice. If the owner needs more time, he or she may request an additional 30 days to correct the property. And if no corrective action is taken within 30 days, the second notice, which is sent out by the chief of police, states the specific actions to be taken by the property owner that the city of Hopewell determines are necessary to abate the criminal blight. No earlier than 15 days after the second notice, the city may either commence corrective action to abate the criminal blight or commence legal action in a court of competent jurisdiction. The proposed ordinance also allows the city of Hopewell to seek fees and reasonable costs from the property owners. All such costs may be docketed as a lien if they are not paid by the owner, and pursuant to 58.1-39.49 of the Virginia Code, at sequence, as well as 58.1-39.65 at sequence. Where the owner has taken corrective action, the criminal blight may be considered abated. However, it does not prevent the city of Hopewell from seeking further actions should the issues reoccur. The proposed the proposed ordinance also allows for violations of its definitions to be civil or criminal, making it a Class 3 misdemeanor to violate the ordinance. Most criminal nuisance ordinances specify the number of offenses and the relevant time period. It would be the city attorney's suggestion that that be included into the proposed ordinance. A typical ordinance, it specifies 2 or more qualifying events within a 12-month period per se, and that would lead to a declaration that the property is a nuisance. It is also suggested by the city attorney that the exception should be made for domestic violence calls, so as not to have a chilling effect on potential victims to seek help from law enforcement. This information is presented just for your review. It is a work session item. It's not asking for action tonight. Are there any questions?
Seeing no lights. Ms. Pelham, you're online. Do you have any questions on this ordinance?
Can I just say that I'd like to thank Miss Attorney for doing this. It's something I've begged for probably 10 years. Is there any way also that we can inform directly landlords? Is there a landlord list that the city has? I think I would like to let them know firsthand the ordinance and the consequences therein if they do not watch who they rent to.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that a possibility,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair?
I believe
Huh?
if the ordinance is adopted by city council, ultimately, that, I believe a list of landlords is maintained, I want to say, is it by planning?
I mean,
You can create one, and we can send the notices out specifically to the landlords. Yes, ma'am.
I think we just need to do that. I know ordinances come out all the time, and there are things that change in the city all the time, and no one gets to know it about that FOIA list, which is so limited.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would love to make sure that everyone is up to speed and know what the law is, so that they can be aware of it and take action accordingly. So to make their people that they rent to more responsible.
Yes, ma'am. As soon as it's adopted, Mr. Ward and I'll be working together to get that notice out.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're more than welcome.
All right. Seeing no lights. Work session number 2.
I'm going to probably present from here, and I have a co-presenter, Mr. Bennett. So I'll go first, and then he'll respond to any questions that you all may have. The Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy, or the CPACE proposed ordinance, is essentially a financing program for building owners in the city of Hopewell to assist in the adoption of clean energy practices and economic development. The program allows property owners of multifamily, commercial, and industrial properties to obtain low-cost, long-term financing for clean energy projects. The purpose is to provide funding for clean energy or water conservation projects for these property owners to improve their buildings, lower costs, and incentivize the businesses that they have established in the city of Hopewell. Where a property owner could not afford to invest in energy or water conservation projects, the CPACE program would be a way to provide financing to assist those properties with no upfront or out-of-pocket costs to the property owners. The end result would be positive cash flow to the property owner and thereby to the city of Hopewell. Some of the specifics that are included in the proposed CPACE ordinance would be financing would be provided and would be fixed and long-term, meaning 100% financing, no down payment, and up to 30 years financing period. There is a pre-application and a final application process. Once approved, an applicant would then have a CPACE lien placed on the property. The owner simply would need to complete construction of the proposed project and then pay the loan back. In the event of default, the outstanding amount is accelerated and is due and owing. The provision of the financing for building improvements would then result in financial savings from energy costs for local property owners. Another benefit would be the attraction of new developers and construction projects as the city of Hopewell becomes more green. We would have more building improvements in the city as well. Some eligible projects would include energy efficient and water efficient projects such as HVAC for buildings, lighting, windows, roofing, new plumbing fixtures, and water reclamation systems. Eligible projects would also include electric vehicles, renewable energy equipment such as solar equipment, wind turbines, biomass system equipment, and geothermal equipment. Resiliency improvements in stormwater management, energy storage, flood mitigation, and wind resistance structural upgrades are also eligible projects. And finally, environmental building remediation is a huge eligible project which includes mold removal, safe drinking water, asbestos removal, lead paint removal, replacement of potable water systems, and brownfield site cleanup. So some of the benefits that would inure to the local government would be, it would unlock savings opportunities for local small businesses here in the city of Hopewell. It would lead to job creation and economic stimulation, conserve resources and reduces pollution, and would help meet localities' sustainable goals and targets. Just FYI for City Council, the County of Spotsylvania, City of Charlottesville, and the City of Richmond have all adopted this program for their localities, so there's no worry that the City of Hopewell would be the first. We wouldn't be guinea pigs, so to speak. For more information, as I stated, we have Mr. Bennett, who's the Economic Director, and then I believe the PowerPoint presentation includes an email, website, and phone number where City Council members can receive more information. And with that, I'll turn over any questions to Mr. Bennett.
Okay, well, before I let the city councilors ask any questions, do you have anything that you'd like to add on to what Ms. Smith said?
I just want to clarify one thing. So the electric vehicle, it's not for electric vehicle purchase, it's for the infrastructure to charge electric vehicles. I just want to make sure there was no misunderstanding there. And then just in the simplest terms, the only thing that we have to do as a city in order to get into the CPACE program that's 100% administered on the Commonwealth level, we have to have this ordinance, that a draft ordinance that will be presented, and that's going to have to be adopted in the process of adopting the ordinance. At that point, we can then opt into the program. And the whole reason for the ordinance is it allows to attach this long-term financing to the property and not to the ownership, which is how you can take a project that you wouldn't be able to finance normally over 5 years. It wouldn't make sense, but you can amortize it over 30 years attached to the property as opposed to the individual ownership at that time. And those improvements ride with the property and not with the ownership. So that's a real huge thing. I think it's going to be key to some of the older buildings we have here in Hopewell that we want to make sure we get energy efficient and reinvested in. It's going to give a mechanism for ownership to do that. And then new buildings are eligible as well. It can make the difference between a go, no go on a project. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions from City Council for Ms. Smith or Mr. Bennett? Okay, seeing no lights, thank you both.
Thank you.
We'll make sure that we have both of these on our next meeting agenda in 2 weeks. All right, that concludes our work session portion of tonight's meeting. I want to call the regular meeting to order. This time, may I have roll call, please?
Counselor Joyner,
Here.
Counselor Harris,
Here.
Mayor Parton,
Here.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah, here.
and Counselor Holloway.
All right, at this time, we'll have the prayer by Reverend Danny Tucker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Vice Mayor Gore. Please rise.
Let us bow our heads. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we praise you and we thank you, dear Lord, for the gift of government. We thank you, dear Lord, for the men and women who sit in the seat of government, and we pray, Lord, you will bless them with righteousness, with honesty, Lord, with courage, Father, and with a desire to do that which is good and right. And Lord, we pray that we, the people, Lord, will give them our support, Lord, that we will stand with them and pray for them, Lord. And we pray that the works of our hands will bring glory to your name. We praise you in your holy name. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, at this time, is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
So moved.
To adopt the regular meeting agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second that.
All right, motion's been made and properly seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
And Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-0.
All right, at this time, is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
So move.
To adopt the?
Adopt it.
All
Adopt the
right.
consent
Is there a
agenda.
second?
I second it.
All right, motion's been made by Counselor Joyner, seconded by Counselor Harris. Any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
And Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-0.
Okay, moving on to information presentations. Mr. Terry, finance report?
Good evening, council, mayor, vice mayor, city manager, attorney, colleagues, citizens. I'd like to present to you the financial report. It covers the end of the period of March 31st. We will be covering the financial and compliance section, operations and assignments, the budget for FY 23-24, and the internal report. If we go to section 1, I just briefly would like to just highlight the key sections, points in section 1. Coming from the prior period, the auditor, as you know, recovered from the COVID and his staff. They have been working on wrapping up some of their field work and have begun to do their draft of the financial report. And they have advised that we should anticipate a draft on April the 20th, of this month. Going over to the next page, just to give you an idea where we are with the 2020, just to recap for everyone, this council provided the opportunity for us to go out and to secure accounting staff support to begin working on 2020. And we were able to do that at the very end of February. At least got 3 professionals getting started on what we call pre-audit work, meaning getting the accounting records in order so that they can be audited by the auditor. And then we have brought on board the remaining 4 of the pre-audit, and they fall in an area. We have 1 that's been dedicated to schools. That individual is actually working with schools solely on whatever schools it needs to be working on. And then we have the remainder in the area, 1 with treasurer, helping the treasurer with the reconciliation, Beacon, the finance department, and other city departments. I'd like to go over to the 2 more pages or 2 slides over that gets to the report that we're required to report on the website according to the Commonwealth of Virginia APA. And last time I was here at the podium, we did some discussions that we would go back and come back with a very realistic projection of what we consider would be completing the remaining audits that are outstanding for 2019, which we're projecting being completed by the end of this month, April, 2020, 21, and 22. And I went on out and put 23 because I was asked to just make sure I include everything. Primarily, these target dates are built around a 5-month period, and that's really based upon 2 factors. 1 is the treasurer, cash reconciliations, and the school's reconciliation. That primarily takes the majority of the time. Both have to do their individual cash recons, and then they have to come back and true up between the city, if you will, or the treasurer's office and schools. The remainder part of the time during that 5-month gap is really built around the city departments and the individual school departments, Beacon Theater, and the Enterprise Fund. For those of you who are interested, normally we would say, and the history has shown to me, that it's about 90 days to get the city side of the house, the normal city departments. That includes everywhere from social services, CSA, just the majority of the city departments. What takes us another, probably, if you would just stretch it out there, the 60 days is really related to either Beacon and the cash reconciliation individually between treasury and schools. So this is what we've laid out before you. I'd like to go to Section 2. Section 2 is a very summary of our activity that we go through in terms of operation assignments. And very quick highlight, accounts payable. The numbers are there. I won't go into a great deal of details, but we are current. We make sure that we get our bills paid and paid on time. When we come to the payroll, all of our payroll reports and everything that's necessary to pay, we get those out. And I put a footnote in there because the number's a little high for employees, but we had special election workers, and the pay cycle that they were paid in was within the cycle that we're reporting on. I do want to point out, and I apologize, there is a typo to the far left under payroll. It says 02, it should be 03. Apologize for that. That was a typographical typo. Going on over to the next section, which is the accounting. We work together as a unit, as a city, whether it's information technology or with the treasurer's operation, water, renewal. Under the procurement, we're still excited about the fact that our total vendors now are 3,927. And from July to the present, we now have 332 of those vendors on our ACH, meaning that they do not receive checks. They actually get a direct deposit. And what we always do is when we get a vendor, we insert and offer vendors to be able to come on board and receive direct deposits. The real estate assessor's office, they've completed that work, but now we're in the preparation of answering inquiries and getting ready for the board of equalization. Lastly, financial reporting and budgeting. The exciting part about that is we've been moving forward, so continuing helping departments monitor and manage their current budget for FY23. Everything is looking really good at this point in terms of revenues and expenditures and people managing their budgets. Department directors and their admin staff, I commend them for that. Going on into FY24, operating and capital budget for the new fiscal year. When we get to Section 3, the thing that I am enjoying about this is under the leadership of the city manager with the accelerated schedules and having more preliminary and hearing from council, we are ahead of the game plan in comparison to prior years. So I've updated where we are in the schedule of activity for the budget. Lastly, Section 4 is internal reporting. This month, we did have one transfer, and that was, and the transfer was within the recreation department to cover food management. And so we noted that. Otherwise, we did not notice or anything came to my attention that there were any cross-fund transfers. So that concludes my report, sir.
All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Terry? I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
I know we're working through the first phase of the state helping and assisting us get caught up on the audits. Is the state getting their information and their reports in a timely fashion so that way we can finish this phase 1, the assessment part, before we can get into the actual nuts and bolts of fixing the issues?
We're meeting with them and we're providing them information.
Okay. All right. Seeing no lights. Thank you, Mr. Terry.
Thank you.
Next is the crime report. our interim police chief and deputy police chief.
Good evening, Mayor Parton, Vice Mayor Gore, members of council. During this transition, I'm going to do the crime summary for you guys tonight, and moving forward, Chief Taylor will be handling that. He's just getting acclimated, getting his feet back under him. So. First thing we will talk about is the reporting date. What you see before you is through March 31st. And we're down 1% in total crime. That's our major crime. And when I came before you in March, we were at 42% of the violent crime total, and we're down to 30% with that. So we're seeing good numbers there regarding the crime. The next thing we will go over is the opioid overdoses. So far, we're through March 31st, we have 6 fatalities, and we have 23 non-fatal overdoses. That was a slight increase from our previous meeting, but again, it does come in waves, and we were hit with a pretty significant stretch of non-fatals since we last met and discussed this. We have added the shots fired data for you, comparative to the previous years, 2018, 2019. We are low, and lowest year so far since 2019. So, and that's including a recent increase that we experienced over the last probably 14 days with several incidents that took place. But we have made several arrests regarding those, and we have other ongoing, but we are making good leeway with that. So. We have, since we last talked, 3 more successes from our technology. We've recovered 3 additional stolen vehicles, and next reporting phase, you'll have another success. But on March 10th, March 21st, and March 25th, we did recover 3 stolen vehicles and a stolen firearm from the city of Petersburg through those efforts, and they were all directly linked to the technology that we've put in place. So that's becoming a major benefit for our investigative staff and our patrol officers. And we do have one date to talk about. Next Tuesday night, everyone is invited. April 18th, we're going to be doing a community walk in the Summit. This is our first community walk of 2023. So we'll meet at the building there, the office building in Langston Park. And we will be knocking on all the doors in Langston Park, speaking with the residents, and we were also going to go down Palm Street. Again, that's going to be on Tuesday, April 18th. We'll meet at 5 p.m. We'll have a briefing, and then we will break into groups and go make contact with as many residents and members of the community as possible. So everybody's invited, if you have any questions.
All right, are there any questions of City Council? All right, seeing no lights, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Next item is National Child Abuse Prevention Month Proclamation. Ms. Pershing.
The proclamation, Office of the Mayor of Johnny Parton.
Can you speak into the mic?
Sure. Whereas regardless of who they are or the circumstances of their birth, every child deserves care and to be kept safe from harm. And whereas during Child Abuse Prevention Month, Virginians are reminded of the courage it takes to raise a child, and that fundamental human rights means living free from violence and abuse. And whereas child abuse is considered to be one of our nation's most serious public health problems, with scientific studies documenting the link between abuse and neglect of children and a wide range of medical, emotional, psychological, and behavioral disorders. And whereas child abuse can disrupt early brain development and serious chronic stress can impair the development of nervous and immune systems. And whereas keeping children safe from abuse means playing an active role in their lives. having check-ins and teaching them the warning signs of abuse and how to protect themselves. And whereas empowering our children and providing them with safe places to live, learn, and play is vital to keeping them safe from harm. And whereas Hopewell remains committed to sustaining safe, nurturing, and supportive environments for families raising children. And whereas effective child abuse prevention programs succeed because of partnerships between families, social services agencies, schools, faith communities, civic organizations, law enforcement agencies, and the business community. And whereas displaying a pinwheel during the month of April will serve as a positive reminder that together we can prevent child abuse and neglect, and in doing so keep children safe. Now, therefore,
Alright. We don't have the actual official proclamation. We had an issue with our printer on the actual nice formal paper, so I hope that you guys will accept this temporary one for right now, and then we'll get you an actual formal one. We don't have a printer issue, but truly appreciate all the good work that you guys do. It doesn't go unnoticed. You can just go outside City Hall, see the pinwheels in blue. Go around the city and see the pinwheels in blue. So I just want to thank you guys for everything that you do, and open up to any other member on the city council if they'd like to say anything.
Just thank you.
I'll get you guys to come together a little bit more.
April 28th. Can you say it louder, please? April 28th is what our gala, our new gala. We run off of rants and, yes, it's our fundraiser, I'm sorry. So, how much are the tickets? $50. And people still doing donations? Okay.
I need you and.
Located at Beacon Theater.
Located at the
Yeah.
Okay, one,
Proclamation.
I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, save the children. 1, 2, 3.
Save the children.
Again.
Save the children.
Awesome, great job, thank you guys.
Yeah, I bet you did a video.
I don't have any idea.
Well, the same night, put it on our website. That was cute. Yes.
I will do that.
Wait, Mr. Harris, tell her.
Come back.
they're gonna do a video of saying it.
We're doing a small video.
Okay, so I'll tell you when I start. Video is rolling.
1, 2, 3.
Save the children.
Video is off. I have had no training in this.
All right.
Public
Moving
hearing.
on with our agenda, moving on to public hearing number 1, Mr. Ward, CDBG, substantial amendment.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Tonight's public hearing regards a requested substantial amendment that staff is proposing to our Community Development Block Grant Program for the funding year of FY 22-23. Real quickly, just some quick background on the program. The City of Hopewell is a Community Development Block Grant Entitlement community. That means we receive an annual funding every year. It typically tends to be around $225,000. HUD's mission is to create strong, sustainable, inclusive communities and quality, affordable homes for all. And CDBG fund expenditures must meet at least one of 3 national objectives. Number 1, primarily being the benefit to low to moderate income persons. Number 2 is the prevention or elimination of slums and blight. And 3 would be urgent need. Our consolidated plan, which we draft and update every 5 years, states the following goals. A primary goal of the CDBG program is the rehabilitation of housing, adult and preschool literacy education, household services for elderly and disabled, infrastructure improvements, recreation, and homelessness prevention. The reason we're asking for an amendment for this ongoing program year is because HUD has a time, they call it a timeliness constraint or a timeliness expenditure requirement, and that is that we are required to spend at least 80% of our annual funding by May 2nd each year. So with our funding for the program year being $225,305, we need to spend $180,244 by May 2nd. We have the potential of not meeting this requirement under our current CDBG program for the funding year. And that's mainly because of the two infrastructure projects that were funded. And because our program year starts so late, we receive our contract in December, half the program year is already gone by the time that we've received our contract from HUD. That coupled with the fact that my department as well as the engineering department has been understaffed for the last year, the two infrastructure projects were going to create a problem for us just due to the length of time it would take to implement them. So we're up against this timeliness constraint where we may be in jeopardy of not hitting our 80% expenditure goal by May 2nd. So in order to avoid that constraint from HUD, we are proposing one thing, and that is to defund the two infrastructure projects from the 22-23 program year and take that money and fund it towards 3.5 Street Park improvements. We can then use some unspent money from previous years to fund those two defunded infrastructure projects. In other words, those will get done in the future. They just won't be held to this program year's constraints. In the long term, so that we can avoid this issue in the future, the department's taking a couple of steps to make sure that we get our annual action plan into HUD in a timely manner, and that we are investigating whether we should change our program year to match the federal fiscal year. We think that those will help us in the future, those two changes. So we took this proposal to the CDBG committee on March 9th. That committee is made up of the counselors from wards 1, 2, 6, and 7. And the committee voted 4-0 to approve this change, this substantial amendment. So I'm here tonight as a public hearing asking for your consideration to defund the Maple Street and New York Avenue infrastructure projects of $75,000 and reallocating that $75,000 to purchase equipment for the 3.5 Street Park. Again, the two infrastructure projects I'm asking you to defund tonight, we will be able to refund in the near future, either with next year's allocation from HUD or unspent funds. And I'm available for any questions you may have.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Ward before we open up the public hearing? All right, seeing no lights. Public hearing is now open. I did not have anybody sign up for the public hearing. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, seeing none. We'll go ahead and close the public hearing. At this time, is there a motion to approve the substantial amendment request and reallocate $75,000 from the Maple Street and New York Avenue infrastructure projects to purchase the equipment for the 3.5 Street Park?
So moved.
All right, motion's been made by Councilor Joyner, seconded by Councilor Holloway. Is there any discussion? Seeing no lights, roll call please.
Counselor Joyner?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes.
Mayor Parton?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore?
Yes.
Counselor Pelham?
Yes.
And Counselor Holloway?
Yes.
All right, motion passes 6-0.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to communications from citizen. Madam Clerk, will you please read the statement?
A communication from citizens period, limited in total time to 30 minutes, is part of the order of business of each regular council meeting. All persons addressing council shall approach the microphone, give name, and if they reside in Hopewell, their ward number, and limit comments to 3 minutes. No one is permitted to speak on any item scheduled for consideration on regular agenda of the meeting. All remarks shall be addressed to the council as a body. Any questions must be asked through the mayor only, and there shall be no discussion without permission of the mayor. Any persons who makes personal, impertinent, abusive, or slanderous statements or incites disorderly conduct in council chambers may be barred from or by the mayor from further audience before council and removed, subject to appeal to a majority of council.
Okay. First person that I have signed up is Vicky Simmons.
Does anybody speak?
Yeah.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Vicky Simmons, and I reside within the vicinity of Ward 6. I have some concerns with recreation and parks as it pertains to a policy that they have in place at the Hopewell Community Center that prohibits children who are enrolled in the Hopewell Public School System that have reached the age of 18 from participating in free time at the community center. It also prohibits them from interacting with their peers. And that's very problematic for me because the state of Virginia doesn't have a problem with students that have reached the age of 18 from interacting with, their peers, being children younger than the age of 18. So I spoke with Councilwoman Pelham about this matter, and she had shared with me that apparently there had been some change in place. And if that change had been in place, then... I'm sorry?
Counselor Pelham, okay, she just muted herself. Go ahead.
Right, so if someone could look into that matter for me, I would greatly appreciate that, because the current policy pretty much, it pushes the children, that have reached the age of 18, I guess that you want to consider them adults, whatever, from participating in a safe haven at the community center, and it forces them with the policy that they currently have in place. It forces them to have to interact with adults, and they're not allowed to interact with their peers, so I'm not understanding why such a policy is in place.
So I'm going to recommend that you meet with our city manager. We don't have your contact information, but can you give our city manager your contact information?
Okay.
So then that way she can reach out to you about this specific concern.
Okay.
Would you leave it with the clerk?
All right.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, we just might want to need to look at the policy, and maybe the attorney would know. But I know Virginia's statistics a lot come out, and they deem that teenagers are up to age 19 for certain things. But I think the intent of council for this policy was if you were in high school, it was for high school age children. And we do have some that are 18 and 19 with their peers, especially that play sports. So, but anyway, I know that was not our intention to exclude high school students. I don't think, if I stand to be corrected, I will, but I don't think that was my intention when we talked about it some years ago.
So Ms. Simmons is going to give her contact information to our clerk, and then Dr. Manker is going to reach out to her.
Great. We'll look at the policy change. Yeah.
I'm not trying to comment. I just want to make sure, Ms. Simmons, you sat back down. Unless you're trying to stay the whole meeting, you can give her your information and you can go home unless you're trying to stay the whole time. Okay.
Okay. Next up is Mr. Bruce Lanning.
Sort of fighting a losing battle. I come hear well and don't see well. Bruce Lanning, 1711 Dinwiddie Avenue. I'm very concerned about the direction our recent assessments have gone. Some as high as 100%, some as high as $60,000. And it doesn't seem proportional to the assessments we've had in the past. What I'd like for council to do is ask the city manager to investigate this and report back to us how the assessments came in so drastically different from this past. The younger daughter I have here, she has a house on Dinwiddie Avenue, 1805, 75 foot by 125 foot lot, went up $60,000, a modular home. The house is right across the street, brick homes, 3-bedroom brick houses, went up like $10,000. It just seems so disproportionate this time around. I spoke to our counselor, Holloway, just recently. He suggested I call the assessor's office. Well, they don't answer the phone, they don't return the calls, they don't respond to emails, and the doors were locked when you go up there. So it seems like to me we have a brick wall that we're up against us trying to find out any information. I don't know the background of the assessors they brought in as contract assessors, but it seems like their interest is more like from New Jersey or Delaware, the way the prices have gone up on our houses here. And the comment I heard from one of them was, well, we didn't raise your taxes. Well, you just went in the back door, you raised the cost of the taxes on the house, so you're still paying it more. Is it possible that city council could have this looked into and report back to the citizens how this occurred, and if it's a no deal as far as changing? I tried to make an appointment with them, but they didn't respond to my calls, voicemails, or emails. So I feel like and then the doors are locked, so I feel like I'm like the rest of the citizens, just out of luck as far as this goes.
Yeah, so Counselor Holloway gave an update to me before this meeting, and he's already passed it along to the city manager, and she is looking into this.
Thank you.
For you, and then once we have some findings, we'll make sure that Counselor Holloway gets the information to get back with you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And also,
Yeah, you can say
and
something.
also, Mr. Lanning, I don't know if you had heard. I apologize. Can you hear me better? All right, well, I'll give you the information. You can pass along to them. We do not have a full-time assessor at the moment. That is why he was unable to reach someone at the time. But again, that information has been passed along already to the city manager to get me the information on the specifics that you asked. And so certainly I'll make sure I get that back to you.
Okay. Next is Christine Schultz.
I didn't mean to speak. I just put my name in. I thought we were supposed to write, like, sign it.
Oh.
I hear what he's saying. I'm being lumped in with new builds.
Can you come up to the mic and then state your name and?
1805 Dinwiddie Avenue.
Okay.
So I'm across the street, and I'm being lumped in. I feel like I'm being lumped in with new builds, and I'm not a new build. So it's my house, new build, and I'm not a new build. My house it's not even stick built. It's ordered at a factory, and then it's 20 years old. So it's just unfair pricing, and it's outside my it's going to be unaffordable if it stays that way. So it's just my concern. So I didn't know that's what I was signing up for, but I mirror what he says about it just being too expensive and the assessment being, just not evenly matched to the actual aspects of the property.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Last one that I have signed up for tonight is.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
Mac, could the city manager tell Mr. Lanning what's the process when your property is assessed and you don't agree with it? We have a process, a protocol in order to object to that or appeal that.
The Board of Equalization.
They did that already.
Okay, so yeah.
They've done that. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay, thank you.
All right. Next to speak is Eric Sampson.
I'm also here, sorry, council. I would like to address you all that I'm here for the same reason the previous two people were, is that my assessments for home and auto property was, I felt excessive. And so I came here because I actually managed to get in contact with the Department of Assessing, and they told me that today was the day that there was going to be the open hearing on it. However, I found that it's next week. But I just moved back to Hopewell a year and a half ago, and I purchased a house, and now it is being assessed at more than $150,000 more than I paid for it a year and a half ago. That's a little bit excessive, and I moved from Henrico, and my taxes on my automobiles coming into Hopewell doubled. So I would like to echo what was echoed before. Could somebody please look into this and see if it's excessive or if something needs to be adjusted? Because I'm suffering from major sticker shock on the new prices that I'm having to pay for my property.
What ward do you live in, sir?
I live in Ward 3.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm at 209 Crescent Avenue.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So, what I'm gonna, because since you didn't put your contact information down here, I'll ask that you please give it to our clerk, and so then that way we can reach back out to you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak that hasn't spoken yet? Okay.
Should I wait or?
Oh, you can go ahead.
Okay. All right, Mayor Parton, Vice Mayor Gore, members of the City Council. As you know, I'm Andy Gervin, the plant manager at Advan 6 Hopewell facility located in Ward 2. Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. As a proud member of this community, Advan 6 is committed to transparency and open communication with our neighbors. Advan 6 is committed to safety of our employees, the quality of our products, and being responsible stewards for the protection of our environment and the communities in which we operate and our customers. We invest continuously in ways to make our plant safe and sustainable. I appreciate the opportunity to address recent news coverage of our plant regarding our environmental performance and to correct the record. The article and news coverage misrepresents our compliance history and is not an accurate reflection of our efforts and investments. It also implies that a Hopewell facility has significant adverse impact on the community. This is incorrect. It's important to note that the compliance issues cited in the article, the majority were self-disclosed and most were record-keeping, monitoring, or reporting issues and did not involve excessive emissions or result in any environmental impact. We have transparent and engaged working relations with the Virginia DEQ, the EPA, and other organizations. Any issues are openly discussed and resolved. We are also committed to working with the City Council and to improve communications and open feedback is welcome in this area. Like any large facility, Advan 6 has regular interactions with regulatory agencies. When an agency does provide us with a finding, we use it as an opportunity to improve our practices and procedures and fulfill our commitment to responsible environmental stewardship. We are committed to transparency reporting and ongoing engagement with our regulators. For example, as part of the engagement in early 2023, we agreed to an order with the EPA and retained a best-in-class third-party expert to assess and provide improvements in our health, safety, and environmental program with clear milestones and timelines. In the last 5 years, Advan 6 has invested more than $300 million in its Hopewell plant, including projects that directly support health, safety, and environment. On average, Advan 6 invests approximately $75 million per year in maintenance and HS&E-related investments across the site, across all of our sites, with significant amount of spend at the Hopewell facility. Advan 6 is proud to be a responsible member of the Hopewell community and continuously looks at ways to improve air quality. For example, in 2019, Advent 6 shut down older coal-fired boilers which provided steam used at our process in the facility in favor for natural gas boilers. The permanent shutdown of these older boilers eliminated a significant source of greenhouse gas. Since 2015, Advent 6 has reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 18% and criteria pollutants emissions by 67%. Our commitment to safe, stable, and sustainable operations at the Hopewell site is the utmost importance to us, and we are firmly committed to acting responsibly as corporate citizens. Our neighbors can be assured that the safety, health, and well-being of our local community is our top priority. I appreciate the opportunity to correct the record today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gervin. All right. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak tonight that hasn't spoken? Yes, sir.
Good evening, all. I'm a new resident of Hopewell. I moved in probably a year and a half ago. We got our notice of assessment.
Can you please state your name and which ward you live in for the record?
Okay, my name is Don McNeely. I don't know which ward I live in.
Where do you live?
I live in Anchor Point.
Okay.
That's four.
Okay, that's 4. So I recently got the assessment. I know taxes have to go up, but from the previous assessment, it went up 23%. But the tax rate right now is 1.13, and that's to be determined. So that is not, how do we base what our taxes are going to be if that's not determined? If it goes down, great. But if it goes up a little bit more, it's going to cost us, the majority of Hopewell residents, even more money. So, that's my concern. And can I touch on one other thing while I'm up here regarding the development over there? So I wasn't around for the meetings. I was out of town. So apparently, I think it's H.H. Hunt is the developer there. And was any money put up in escrow for the roads that are going to be torn up during that construction? Who's going to be responsible for that? We're talking.
We'll have to defer to the city manager for that one.
We're talking millions of dollars here to replace them roads.
I do think it's proper for us to set protocol again.
Yeah.
During comments of citizens, we're not really allowed to comment and talk to you, so that's why we're looking at you. So we're taking your notes, and then I'm your counselor, so I can contact you back if you give your information to the clerk along with the city manager and also director of development for that project, because that came through the planning department and voted on by council. So ask your questions, we'll capture them, and we'll circle back to you.
You want me to ask?
Just ask them out loud.
Can I ask the question now?
Yeah. We're just gonna write it down.
Oh, okay. Has H.H. Hunt put up any money in escrow to repair those roads once this project is completed? Because those roads are gonna be deteriorate. They're not built for heavy construction equipment that's coming in and out of there for the next year and a half. So it's gonna be on the taxpayers' back. So.
Okay. All right, we'll make sure that we get back with you. Either Dr. Manker will, a representative from the city, or your city councilor will.
Okay, so you're my council member. Okay. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, and you can give your information over to the clerk. I'll reach out to you along with them.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak that hasn't spoken yet? Okay, seeing none, we want to move along onto regular business. Dr. Manker, your report of the city manager. Mayor Parton, Vice Mayor Gore, and members of City Council, today I'm here to present to you the proposed FY24 operating and capital budget. As we begin the presentation, I just would like to preface the conversation by saying, in the art of transparency, this budget is online under the Finance Department, located under the operating budget tab. And so citizens are free to go there to see all the information that is presented to you guys tonight. As we begin, I would like to announce that the FY23 revenue work session is scheduled for April the 28th. This is where we will begin to dig in deep into the revenues, discuss how we built this budget. Today is just high level. I would also like to point out to you that the proposed budget was due on April the 1st. You guys had your budget, your packets in your mailboxes on April the 1st, so we met that deadline and we mailed all that information out to the state, so we're good from that standpoint of view. The expenditures and capital improvement budget is scheduled to be discussed in also a work session for April the 20th. The framework that is presented for this proposed budget is neither aggressive or passive. And what that means is that the tax rate has not been increased, and so it's not driven by a tax increase. It's not passive, which means that we are staying within our budgetary numbers, and we have not exceeded the FY23 levels. As a result, we become fiscally responsible, which means we have provided adequate funding that will enable the departments to fulfill their mission in rendering services to the citizens of Hopewell. And how we do that through a 4-pillar approach by assessments, analysis, preservation, and the status. Okay, and those things are outlined there for you to take a look at. So let's get into the budget. The framework will propose the operational and capital budget of $197 million to $197,269,000. This includes all funds. And what I mean by all funds, that includes capital projects, schools, enterprise funds, stormwater, and the list goes on. So that includes all of our fund amounts. There's an increase of $11,125,000, which is 5.98 over the FY23. The proposed general operating fund recommended funding amount this year is $61,439,000. And that is our core operating fund. And that really just means that the departments will be operating through this budget. And that is a 7% increase over FY23. As we continue to dig down on some of the items that are proposed for our budget this year, City Council will approve the salary step increase for public safety and public works. That includes fire, police, sheriff, and public works. And that increase for all 4 departments is a total of $953,000 roughly. I'm proposing a 5% COLA increase for non-step positions. Non-step positions are roughly 180 positions. The public safety positions are 197 positions. So for the 197 positions, we're looking at $950,000, almost $1 million, short of $1 million. And for the 5% COLA for the non-step is an increase of $297,000 to $292,000. And that's roughly for 180 positions. All right, we have a new city leasing vehicle program that was approved last year in the November timeframe. We looked at that in discussion with the sheriff department and the police department. It was noted in September that you guys would like to see how we can include some of those leasing vehicles from our ARPA request list to be included into the budget. And so that is now part of the framework here. So there are about 70 vehicles. And from the general fund, that's $537,000. There are 2 positions that I'm requesting. There were 8 positions requested this year and 2 part-time positions. The positions that I'm requesting are the assistant city manager position and the deputy fire chief position out of a total of 8 positions, 8 full-time and 2 part-time. That total comes roughly to $312,000.
Excuse me, so there, you say 2 new positions here, is this incorrect?
2 new positions proposed for this budget out of 8 that were
I see,
requested.
okay, 2 new out of 8.
Yes.
New out of 8.
The remainder of the budget is spread throughout the departments for essential increases. So a month ago, every department came, they presented to you their requests, and the finance director and myself, we combed those budgets, we combed every department, and we provided the increase on the essential items. As part of this framework includes no health care increase to the city. There is no tax rate adjustment. The tax is currently $1.13. That was set last year. Okay, and on the 18th, we will propose a new tax rate going forward for the next year. There has not been any draw from the unassigned budget this year, and so we continue to be structurally balanced with that budget. Schools presented their budget a couple weeks ago. They indicated that they tentatively are requesting a level funding from last year, so we do not expect any increases. However, I would say that the schools have not received any word from the state of what their funding would be. This is just the proposed budget, and so there will be another reading later in the month of May. The next page is the proposed tax rates for FY23. We set those tax rates last year around this time, $1.13 per 100 assessed value. Property tax is $3.50 per $100 of assessed value. The machinery and tools are $3.10 per 100 of assessed values. Meals remain at 6% and lodging remains at 8%. The finance, we have a committee that meets together to determine what the revenues are for the city. That consists of myself, Commissioner of Revenue, the Treasurer, the Real Estate Assessor, the Finance Director, and the Budget Analyst. And in that meeting, we take the time to understand the cash revenue, and this is how we use those fundings to prepare an operating budget to present to you tonight. The next steps are April the 18th, we'll have a work session. We'll also adopt the tax rate ordinance. And then April the 20th, we'll discuss the expenditures and the CIP. And then April the 25th, we'll have a public hearing on the first reading from the schools and the city budget. So these are tentative dates, and we hope to meet those. As a part of your packet tonight, have also shared with you so you can be prepared for our upcoming conversation about the expenditures, the revenue, and then there was a public hearing notice that was placed in the newspaper earlier this month of the summary of funds for the budget. All right. And so as we continue through our packet, I would just like to take the time to go over the steps for the new counselors that are here, just in case they were not in the audience a couple of years ago. So there's a sheet that says City COLA and step timeline. And I just quickly want to go through that so you can get a better understanding of how I reached the proposed items in my packet today, my presentation for you guys today. So in July 2021, all employees receive a COLA, which is 2.5%. However, around the December and January timeframe of 2021 and early 2022, public safety received a parity raise. Their salaries were raised from $46,000 to $49,000, and this happened in January 2022. At that time, council also approved the STEP plan, and at that same time, everyone in public safety received a service time pay increase. Okay.
To address compression, correct?
To address compression for numerous years' work. And that was only for public safety. So we're talking about 197 individuals. July 2022, the state offered 5% COLA, but that was only to the schools, and that was for only DSS employees. And DSS employees are about 54 employees. So 54 employees received the 5% COLA in July 2022, whereas the 180 employees that did not receive parity, step plan, or service pay, or a 5% COLA was left out. In July 2022, there was a budget shortfall, and therefore there was no step. Public safety was not able to go into their step. There was no COLA for any employees. And I think the decision for that was because they also, just earlier, 6 months prior to that, received a parity raise, a step plan, and time and service. So the shortfall did not allow us to continue with that plan. July 2020, this year, we proposed public safety enter into the step plan. We also proposed that there is a parity raise of 53,000 from 49 to 53. And this will be for police, fire, sheriff, and public works. For July 2023, we also proposed, for July 2023, the state proposes a 5 or 7% COLA. I have not received that information yet. That will affect schools and DSS. So remember, we're talking about 54 additional employees. And in July 2023, I'm proposing a 5% COLA for non-step employees. And I'm proposing that because they were left out of the parity raise, the service time pay, and the step. But I'm also proposing that because our neighbors, our surrounding neighbors, are also providing a 5% COLA for their employees as well. So I just want to make sure that we stay on track with our neighbors in efforts to retain the employees that we do have here. The data and the breakdown that you can see here on this page, which I think is pretty important and will help you drive your decision-making skills over the next couple of weeks, is that we have a total of 431 employees. And I provided you the breakdown. Police, there are 76. Fire, there's 54. Sheriff, there's 30. And Public Works, there's 37. So that's a total of 197 employees for public safety. All other staff, which are social services, is 54. They are state funded, and so their COLA raises come from the state and then redistributed through the city to them. If you take those 54 away from the total of 237, that leaves you with all other employees, a total of 180, and that's how I arrived at my number tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
All right, the first one I have is Vice Mayor Gore and then Councilor Joyner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bennett, for capturing the citizen so he can hear the presentation regarding the budget and the taxes. So just to reiterate, Dr. Manker, you're not proposing a tax increase for this current budget cycle?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so that answers one question for you. In regards to the COLA and STEP timeline that you went over, can you please annotate, and I'll have to go back in my notes, public safety in 2022 also got hazard pay with the CARES Act funding.
Okay.
And that was a big chunk of money that I think it was like $300,000 that we gave them for that. Now, the question I do have is, I know we talked about this parity in regards to your numbers on the last page, the 953. So is that parity for those who are not at the 53 and then the step for everybody else?
Yes.
Because you're not doing parity in step.
No.
Do you see what I'm
You're right.
Okay.
They're for bringing everyone up to 53 who is not currently at 53. And then that is to put everyone in their step. So you will not receive a parity and a step.
Okay. So then my next question is, and I brought this up, before and close. Did we check those numbers?
We did. We
that
have
was calculated before
over and over and over
to make
yes.
sure they were right.
Yes.
So this 900,000 is the right number
for all 4 departments.
Okay.
And includes employee-related expenses.
The fringe
The
benefits and
fringes
everything.
as well. Yes.
EREs, that's ERE.
Yes.
And finance was involved in the double check, triple check.
Finances produced the number actually
Okay.
this time.
Thank you, Mr. Terry. Okay, it came from finance. Thank you, Dr. Manker. Thank you, Mr. Terry. That was really my 2 questions, really, that I wanted to make sure the calculations came from. Everything else, I'll just ask you offline, but everything made sense. I'll say good presentation, very clean, and I appreciate how you put this together.
Councilor Joyner?
Yes, with regard to the all other staff, the 180, obviously they're getting this cost of living adjustment, but where do they play into receiving, having compression issues adjusted in their specific areas? Because clearly a large segment compression has been adjusted, but these people have not had anything. So do you have plans for that?
Well, I have asked not for this budget.
Right.
I have asked every department to do an interdepartmental salary study.
Okay.
So we can address those issues hopefully in the next budget. But this budget will not allow for
Right.
every employee to have
Right,
an adjustment.
understand, but I just wanted to make sure that we're out there making sure we're treating all the departments fairly. Thank you.
Only request that I have is, can you bring us back information for next Tuesday on what 1 cent reduction would look like? Or, for that, for personal property, all those, different taxes.
I can bring you back that 1 cent reduction, but I can also say to you is that the property tax amount is going down, so next budget we'll have less money than we have
Right, the
earned
assessments
today.
are going down.
The assessments are going down. So there will be relief to citizens naturally in the course of things. And as you look through your budget, you will learn that the overall amount that we've earned from this year is roughly $4 million. So the $4 million, majority of those dollars went to addressing parity issues, step issues, and as we continue from year to year, we're going to need to we're going to need to find a way to continue that step. So I can bring you those figures to you, but that'll be a decision that council will have to make as we project years coming, because this is $4 million this year. I don't expect it to be 4 million next year.
That's all. I just, asking just for some information. It's a request I make each year.
Sure.
So that way you can try to, gauge if we can do something. I mean, certainly we gotta make sure that we meet all our public safety needs, and any, contractual obligations. Vice Mayor Gore.
You already know what I'm gonna say. In conjunction with that, if this request comes before my request about the revenue, then I would like my revenue moved up to match this conversation, because I think they go kind of hand in hand. When I've been asking for all of our revenue sources to see what was projected and what was actually collected, I really want us to dive into that, because I think that there is opportunity for us to recoup funds that we have budgeted for before, I'm just, I mean, it goes hand in hand. Because
Collections.
because it's not fair. And I just feel like, we have to keep moving stuff around to try to make it work, when in fact that we need to be harder on those who are delinquent, quite frankly. And then we also look at these contracts to see why, if there is loss in revenue because of how the contract is written, you already know the contractor that I'm talking about, then why do we still have them? I don't understand that, and I still want to keep pressing the issue, because that's wasted funds for having these agreements when they're not yielding what they're supposed to, and then we have to battle money or whatever, when quite frankly, it's all there if it's either collected by either our third party vendors. So I look at all that together, and I know I talked to you earlier about this. Is that all the funds? But I really want you to make sure, like the fire department's fund, everybody who got a fund revenue, I would like to have their presentation.
Would you like a presentation from the department, or,
No, I mean,
or you just wanted to see their funds?
Everybody's, to see it, what was projected, what was actually collected. Because I think you'll find with the treasurer's office, we should be looking at who's the attorneys for the collections, and redoing that whole process. And I think we'll see with some of these contracts that we have, we should terminate them and get new ones. So then we can lower taxes, because we'll have the money.
Yeah. Okay. So you got your request for next week's meeting?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Moving along.
That's it.
That is it. Do I have a motion to go? Go back into closed session.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, let me pull up the motion. Is there a motion to go back into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1 to discuss and consider personnel matters, including board and commission appointments, the assignment and performance of a specific appointee and employees of city council, and to the extent such discussion will be aided thereby, A4, for the protection of the privacy of individual personal matters not related to public business.
So move.
Second.
All right. Seeing no lights for discussion, roll call, please.
Counselor Joyner,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Gore,
Yes.
and Counselor Pelham.
Yeah.
All right, motion passed 5-0.
All right.
We're just gonna close out something we started. The meeting's really over.
Yeah.
If you guys want to go home.
Thank you all for coming.
Yeah. Of course, Donnie Reed would leave.
Did you say the motion was 5-2? Oh. Oh. Okay, thank you. I didn't hear you, okay. Thought you said 5-2. So I'm going back to closed session.